All right, I got the tweets out just about ready, I think. It's been a little while. Hopefully the mic sounds okay. Let me know in the chat if you don't mind. Here we go. All right, it's been a little while. Hopefully the setup is all still working fairly well. We've been having pretty good luck with the audio, I think, lately. Hopefully the balance of the music is okay. I did get hit with all those copyright strikes like Nero and Modbot, Daniel got hit with, so I've switched music services. So if you notice the music is different, this music service is Backing Tracks, and it's actually run or co-run by a guy named Epasvox, who is an awesome kind of stream guru type guy. So using his backing tracks now. Can hear me loud and clear, thanks Martin. Who else do we have in chat? We've got Noob Master Jeff Montgomery saying hello. Nice to see you. Noob Master, of course Tiger Flyer, hopefully you're still there. But yeah, the plan is to continue with our Voron V0.2 build. Of course, this has been provided by MatterHackers for the purpose of kind of building it and just letting you guys know that they provide these kits. So I'm going to go ahead and show the listing real quick just to kind of give people an idea of what they can look for with this kit. Most of you guys already know, but so MatterHackers.com, they're a kind of preeminent 3D printing storefront in the United States. They're located in California. They've got some really cool offerings in terms of full printers, filament, a lot of things like hot ends and consumables that you can get. And of course, they've got these Voron kits from LDO. So we're looking at the LDO Voron V0.2-S1 3D printer kits. It is listed as in pre-order right now. I guess they're just getting in stock kind of continually from Jason as it comes into stock. They also have the Voron 2.4 R2 kit, and then they have a Trident kit as well. Some options that you can pick up if you choose to pick it up from them. You can get just a black frame for the time being. They do have an option of adding a Raspberry Pi 4B for $45, and then also you can choose to order their ABS parts if you don't have the ability to print parts yourself or don't want to source them from something like PIF. So all in that, it's going to be $629. I guess that's down from $649. There's a ton of features to this kit, and they have free shipping. You also get store credit if you buy with them and use your account. So yeah, just want to say thank you to MatterHackers for providing this. They didn't kind of stipulate exactly what I needed to do with it, just hopefully make some content around it and let you guys know that they offer the kit. So if you don't mind, go ahead and check out the links in the descriptions to this kit, some of their other offerings like filaments and things like that. I've been using their MatterHacker Build Series ABS filaments quite a bit. But yeah, just with that kind of housekeeping out of the way, we are going to get back into this build. I've got a little bit of an agenda and kind of a goal of catching you guys up on what we've done. Nuno, welcome to the chat. Thanks for hopping in. So, last stream, we got the kinematics all done, including the bed. So this is all attached to the motor. There was no binding or anything. I did go ahead and use the anti-backlash nut. I know Steve has noted that he tends to not really put that on there, but I'm gonna build it as kind of per the instructions, and if I notice a problem with it, maybe I'll take it off. We also got, of course, the XY kinematics going. So this is a Core XY kit. So we've got two rails right there. We've got the third rail. This is the special preload rail. All the kinematics are feeling nice and good. De-racking went pretty well. I'm not noticing any kind of differences in it touching front to back. Yeah, so pretty successful there. Pretty happy with the motion. Things I did off stream. The only main thing I did was go ahead and switch to the lazy cams, which I think I told you guys about. Let me see if I can find that mod just to show you guys exactly what that is. Lazy cams. And switch back to the desktop. So by default, these cam systems, they kind of lock your top hat into place, and they are designed to utilize some type of a tool to do so, either like an Allen key type shaped tool, or for a little while they were using this little Voron logo shaped tool. This replaces those front idlers with ones with these little slots in them, such that you can have this little handle that sticks out, and when you want to lock and unlock your cams, all you have to do is move these up and down, if that makes sense. So, at first, my goal is generally to build these printers as stock as possible so that they're, as close to kind of the base setup as possible. For this one, I figured if I go ahead and build the whole Kinematics system, belt it up, get the print head on there, and then have to basically undo that to put the lazy cams on there, it seemed a little kind of unnecessary. So I don't think that these are gonna really impact my impressions of the kit whatsoever, so I just went ahead and threw them on now. So yeah, I thought that they were pretty clever. I think that there's something that maybe the kind of Voron team, is it Nemegra? I forget the name of the guy, but hopefully it's something that he'll look into to possibly, at least if not copy this, improve the system a little bit. I honestly don't lock the top hat on my FormBot kit very often, just because, I don't know, I find it kind of fiddly to go get a tool. So if that's, impacting my resonance, possibly, then that might be a bad thing, but yeah. Nimgria, I think, yeah. So looks like you guys think the lazy cams are a nice little addition. Other than that, I didn't really do anything else to the build, so it's exactly as we last saw it. This stream, the goal is to keep moving through the build process. That will be, let's see. Oh. That will be moving on to the belts. So the next thing up will be the belts and then the bed. And we'll see how far we can get. Let me get a little bit more light down onto the front. And we will check out the instructions. So how are you guys doing? Let's see, I'm going to be using my V0.1 top hat with your V0.2. That's an interesting choice. Do you just not like the extrusion top hat? In terms of, not switching to it, And then before that, you said I'm basically finished with my V0.2 build. Nice. Yeah, I want to get, if we can start touching the electronics today, I might, kind of marathon it a little bit, but at the very least, I want to get the belts and the bed. I'm thinking the bed will actually be fairly quick because a lot of the LDO, one of the benefits of their bed is this Polymide bed, and a lot of the small things that you have to manually do are already done. So it should be much faster than the FormBot kit build. Belt routing, the bane of every builder. Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking. Hopefully since I have some experience from the last time, it won't be quite as nerve-wracking. And Jeff is, of course, working on his stealth changer. I saw some of the pictures you posted in Steve's chat. That thing is looking awesome. Is it 6? 6 total, 6 total tool heads. So if so, then that's like more advanced than the Prusa, I think, which is pretty cool. Prusa has 5. I'll see if I can bring up a picture, if you don't mind, Jeff, if I can find it. You did post that a little while ago, right? Hey, Andrew. I just got to the electronic step on my V0.2, decided to see how far you can get. Let's see if I can get caught up. I don't know if I'll get very far into the electronics, but yeah. And he said, I rebuilt the V0.1 I had to a V0.2, didn't want to buy the extrusion top hat. That makes sense. 6 total tool heads. Yeah, I really want a multiple tool head. So I've got a Prusa MK3S, and it was kind of bought for work, but we never ended up really using it. Now everybody's remote, so it's just kind of sitting here. And it came with an MMU2 kit, which never got built by anybody. So I've gone ahead and bought an MMU2 to MMU3 upgrade kit, and I plan on building that eventually on stream. And I thought that would be fun, and that would be a little bit of toe dipping into the multi-material realm. You know, after that, maybe I can do something like an ERCFA, and then maybe a multi-tool head Voron, which could be really, really cool. But yeah, I think that's kind of the next kind of bougie, kind of awesome thing. Go for it. Yeah, I posted it. Let me see if I can find it. I know I saw it, and I know we're also probably in like 3 or 4 of the same Voron builder kind of discords. Oh, I can do from. You recall which Discord you posted it in, Jeff? Oh, Fedder's build section, there we go. 3D print SOS. Custom printers, where's that? Here we go. I don't know the rules about showing Discord on stream, but that's pretty awesome. I guess I can just go ahead and open this in browser. Zoom in a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Dragon Burner tool heads. So this is a V2.4, it looks like. So that way, a cool thing about the V2.4 is that since you don't have a fixed gantry, the 2.4 gantry can move up, go get your print head, and then move down, and then you cut off some of your effective build area, but it's a really cool system. And I guess it's just like completely gravity, is that right, Jeff? V2.4, 350 millimeters. That's pretty awesome. Like, it's just taking the awesomeness of a single Voron printer and multiplying it ×5 in my book, which is pretty sweet. But I've been following Zombie's build too. He's using also Dragon Burners, I think. So yeah, this is kind of like what I see a lot of people moving to. ERCFA is pretty cool, but I think that this is just kind of next level. Tap based on pins and bushings, gotcha. So it doesn't use like an active locking system, kind of like the Prusa does. The Prusa has some type of a servo motor lock camming system to lock into them, if I'm not mistaken. This uses essentially Voron tap as the basis for the switching, which is pretty cool. Developer is working on a tap changer system for Trident. Okay, so a fixed gantry one. That'll be interesting to see how that works out. Has an additional front extrusion that moves up and down. Okay. Oh, and then it uses magnets. So it locks in, so it's not just completely gravity based. It actually uses magnets to lock the present tool head in. When you think about 3D printing, really, you're not getting a lot of external forces. If your Z offsets are correct, you're not getting anything that's pushing up on the tool head. So really that seems to work out pretty well for most people who are doing it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Voron instructions. We're at AB belts. We just finished the other motion system, so we need a carriage. One unique thing I can point out I will be using, which again I don't think really impacts the quality of the build much, is this guy. This is the Fabrico CNC X carriage. So for my FormBot kit, I used the printed X carriage, which came in my PIF kit. And the way it works is you drop some nuts, some hex nuts into like little slots right here. And what happened with me is without me really torquing down on it all that much, it ended up either stripping something or I think it caused the hex nuts to start turning in their holes. So I wasn't able to fully attach the print head to the X carriage all that well, and it was impacting my input shaper. So I ended up swapping it out for one of these. And since I knew I was gonna be building this guy, I just went ahead and bought a second one. So this is completely optional, but it does kind of, skip the steps of having to put in some heat inserts I can't remember how much it is. Let me go check real quick. Pico, X carriage. Desktop. So it looks like they're going for $29 for the MGN9 and $29 for the MGN7. So obviously much more expensive than using a printed part and a couple of heated inserts and nuts, but hopefully it'll just kind of serve me well. That looks nice. I tried to pick that up last night on Pico and they were out of stock. Yeah, it's really like pretty. It minimizes the weight in terms of, it's got a pretty good strength to weight ratio, so. Yeah, and I like to support, you know, all of the 3D printing kind of Voron vendors, so. Felt like a good option in terms of that. So we need to learn about the Voron belt path. They use the belt path based on core XY. Individual paths are stacked on top of each other, and the crossing often found in core XY is omitted. Compared to many other implementations, the motors are moved to a less intrusive position. To learn more, read up on it there. We need to prepare our carriage, which is done. Carriage prepared. That's, you know, one benefit. You'll save some time definitely, but you'll save like 5 minutes, so it might not be all that much worth it to everybody. We need to do base cam. Okay, that'll work. But yeah, all the preparation is done. We don't have to put any threaded inserts on the back. We don't have to drop any nuts. We don't have to remove anything. It's just all done for you. So basically get to skip that step. We want to go ahead and grab our nuts. Let's see, I've got this little thing full of miscellaneous nuts, and we need 2 of our T-nuts. They do give you 3 in this kit, which is kind of nice. So if you lose one, you've got an extra, but you don't have a lot of extra, so try not to lose too many of them. And then we need some flathead screws, M3x8 flathead, which you don't get a lot of these because you don't use them in very many places either. Oh, Jeff said he got 14,500 Excel on X. Wow. That's pretty awesome. What about Y? Are you limited by the Y? So we need to insert our 2 screws. Switch to the overhead. So insert our 2 screws from the top. Hold those in place. Really, I think we can probably just do them one at a time. And I need to start recording. I'm going to take the ball and screwdriver just for this step, just so I can easily kind of get this guy threaded. We just need to get this nut threaded onto the flathead screw. And do the same on the other side. Make sure they are nice and straight and up and down. Step 1 done. Don't tighten them down yet. For the Y, no, on a flimsy table, so Y still got 6,000. Gotcha. Now we need to actually start thinking about our belts. So there's a couple different ways that people run their belts. I've watched Steve do his several times and I kind of like the way he does it. The typical way is to just cut your belts straight in half, and then you'll have, depending on how much excess belts you get, you will have a whole bunch of excess on the ends of them. The way Steve typically does it is to run one side of the belt with it still kind of the whole length, get it to around the length that you need it, then cut that, and then measure out the same amount of belts for that second length, and then you should be good. Hey, this in, thanks for hopping in. Saying hi to Jeff. So I kind of like that method, just because I feel like it doesn't waste so much belt. I was actually able to use some of the extra belt I had from my Formbot kit to build my carriage, the heat press. So this excess belt is actually from the Formbot kit, so it was kind of nice to not waste any belts. Oh, is that how the manual says to do it? Run the belt first? Or cut it in half? I thought they said just cut it straight in half. So this is still a little kind of finicky. For me. If you think about this top belt, goes behind the nut and then through. It might be a little hard depending on how loose you left this guy. So it will be in this orientation, so it needs to go through with the teeth on the inside. Oh, it says to run the belts first, so the same way Steve likes to do it. And then I'm going to stick the belt through in the front and hopefully just feed it. I'm going to feed it kind of a whole lot extra. I know I said I wanted to save the belts a little bit, but so this guy's going to sit here, comes out of the top. And just around the back for the top belt. From around the back, need to make sure that the teeth are actually interfacing with this motor, or pulley rather. Put it back down through. Fish it out the other side. There's a little bit of a curve in the belt, so you guys can't even see that. Come on. There we go. We'll see if I started that the correct way on the other side. We've got a lot of excess belt to deal with doing it this way. So based on that, no, I did not start the belt facing the right direction, but that's okay for now. do need to fish this back up onto the actual pulley. I do also have this shoulder cam view, so if at any time you guys think it would be better to kind of switch to this view, let me know. You can also brighten it up a little bit. So we need to try to keep it on the top belt. That will go around the front idler. And then finally back into the carriage. Carriage keeps falling off, so we need to run through this last turnaround on the x-axis. I'll say I feel a lot more comfortable with the belt path. I can see it and understand like what's happening, but it's still not like completely second nature to me. Getting it around some of these corners is a bit of a pain. I tend to not really get it around the idler at first, and then I eventually get it started. This is probably a pretty old hat for some of you guys who've built a bunch of Vorons before, I imagine. So I think that looks mostly right. There's a little bit of slack in it. And then I'm going to give it like this much slack. So I've got a little bit of slack on the front side here. If this were to run into the carriage, I'm gonna give it like 3 or 4 more inches and cut there. What do you guys think? Also need to catch up on chat. Nuno talking about your build. Went with the Fly Gemini V3 board and EB36. Makes wiring way cleaner and easier. Also saves a bit of space in the back of this board. Yeah, you don't have to. Man, that looks so small. Have you built a V0 before this in? So I think that looks right. I don't have any other extra belts this size, so I kind of want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything or getting this wrong. But if I cut that much excess, then besides the fact that it's a little messed up over there, I think we're good. It's still a little nerve-wracking. I'm gonna cut it. I'll cut it right along one of the teeth. Last chance. We're cut. So now we have to undo all that work we just did. Take it back out. Carriage in there. And then we're going to match this up. So I'm not sure how well you guys can see that, but they give you what looks about 3 times as much belt as you need. So I could have cut this quite a bit longer. There's effectively 3.5 lengths of what, as much as you need, so. If you are gonna leave it a little long, don't be too shy with it. So now I'm gonna match up the ends of the belt to the last teeth, noting that the free end one is going to be 1 tooth longer. And then we're gonna run that down. Matching up the teeth the whole way. And then when we get to the end, we should have the exact same length belts. I'm counting on you guys to stop me if I end up doing anything really, really dumb. YouTube chat builds a V0. Not really, but. Belting the V0 is a pain. I'm gonna take a marker and mark it, and then we're gonna do that measuring out one more time and see if we get to the same exact spot. Just to test for consistency. I don't see why it would be different, but the next thing I have to worry about is making sure that the gates text is facing the right side up. That's really crucial, right, to printer performance. Can't have any upside down text. Would it be kind of funny if they like wouldn't serialize your printer if you had your rails or something like that? The text on the rails or the belts facing the wrong way. Yeah, that was consistent. So we can cut this belt. Right on our drawn line. And know that they are the same length. Now we have both of our belts. They should be the same length. We can start the actual belting process. Not so much routing, but installing the X-axis or carriage. And then you cut them super flush to make almost impossible to reinstall them again. Yeah. X carriage is a pain. I usually remove the front idlers so I can have more slack to reinstall the carriage. Yeah, if you ever need to kind of rebelt or anything, you can remove these two top extrusions and then loosen these idlers, and it gives you a whole lot more slack to work with. So the way I did it last time that I kind of liked was, how can I do this to make sure the belts face the correct way? Come around and go around that idler and then into the top over here for the top belt. Yeah, getting this started is a bit more than a bit finicky. All right. And then I'm going to take our second belt do the same thing, which I don't know if this is how they recommend doing it in the manual on the exact same side. There we go, got it started, push it through. My chat doesn't seem to want to keep up with you guys. If you cut it flush, you can always remove the idlers, yeah. I think you have to cut it flush. Do you have any space between the mini stealth burner to leave any excess belt whatsoever? I didn't think you did. So I'm gonna pull them mostly even to start and just get them run. We'll do the top belt first. Out of here, around that corner. Depends on the hot end, gotcha. This will of course be a Revo Voron edition. Trying to get a little bit of a bend in this so it'll go around that corner. But if I can't, I'm just gonna have to take something and shove it around the corner. Here we go. Did I put that in backwards again? Yep, I did. So is it always flat side on idlers? No, it's not always flat side on idlers. You just need to make sure that the teeth run on the pulleys. Which mine will not be. So we need to use the opposite end. Have it face the other way. The things you go through to not have text facing the wrong direction. How many times have you done something completely unnecessary in order to, or wasted time doing something completely unnecessary? Hey Feder, what's up? I saw you had to cancel your stream to work on a video, right? Trying to get our belts going in the actual right direction so that they will actually run on the teeth. There we go. Around the outside, up and through here. Back down and through and around the outside. That should be good. Through to this side, just staying on the outside, and then back through. This one is always more difficult because you already have a belt in there. You got to get 2 belts in a space that's barely enough for one. Flathead screwdriver might be the move for this one. Nuno said, I have a Dragon on mine. It needs to be perfectly flush so it doesn't hit the hot end. Gotcha. My BMO lets me have about 10 millimeters on each side. That's pretty nice. You blame Steve for the text? Yes. Yeah, I had to cancel to catch up on a video or two. My basement is looking like a warehouse. Gotta make a little push to get stuff through. Trying some new ideas. Nice. It's always good to try to keep the content fresh. Gives you a reason to kind of keep moving sometimes, especially when you're kind of daunted by having too much stuff to do. I'm trying to use the screwdriver to guide the belt down. Get near home. And maybe if I push both the teeth and the screwdriver at the same time. Nope. This is the part I remember being super finicky. If you unscrew this too much, it's gonna fall out. It'll give you more room, but you have to leave like 1 or 2 threads and hope you don't vibrate it so much that it falls out. Any of you guys watch F1 at all? I was just getting caught up on some of the first testing that happened today. There we go. It's fed through now. That is 1 belt run. We have a whole lot of excess. If I pull that a little taut, get everything on their bearings. Get your bearings. Somebody made a bearings joke on somebody's stream the other day when they couldn't find one. Can't remember whose stream it was. Probably behind on chat again. My chat doesn't auto scroll, it's kind of annoying. I took the maker beams off, run the belts through, and then put the nuts back on. I think that's probably the way to do it, to be honest. I was following the instructions where they have you put them on there first. Project in Dad's garage, walking into work, just stopped by to say hi. Thanks, appreciate the like. Go ahead and like and do all the things that the YouTubers say that you need to do. See if I can key those. There we go. Like, subscribe. Oh, I can't have all those up at the same time. There we go. Hold on. Yeah, Stream Deck. Following all the things. I'm really terrible with that kind of stuff. All right, for this belt path, we need to go through. Oh, we still haven't gotten all these kind of aligned well. For this belt path, we need to turn this guy around in such a way that the hex will be facing up, because it's oh so important. Stuck through, thicker flathead. Gosh, it's so finicky. There we go. Yeah, I think if I would have left the maker beam nuts off, it probably would have worked out a little bit easier to get the belts through and then just put them on afterwards. I think the manual actually technically says to do the opposite, but that comes out this side. We'll go up and into our motor assembly. Feder, how is the Core XZ printer going? Oh, you just said, going to try boop on the Micron based on Jeff's recommendations. I guess that means I need a nozzle cleaning process. Probably, yeah, because if you have any filament on the nozzle and it's being used to probe, then it can throw stuff off, right? Wait till you get everything running and find a twist in the belt. The Finch, I am praying that doesn't happen. I might cry. So our teeth are facing the right way. Around the front idler. Back into this idler and around that corner. Go, come on. Push through. Nope, went through the back. Yeah, so Phillips head screwdriver is really handy here. All right, if I can get this guy through without any problem, then we can just kind of even them up on one side. And then pull stuff taut and start to get things tensioned. My tech is kind of pushing it down with the screwdriver and then feeding it a little bit and then pushing it down with the screwdriver until it finally births itself out the other side. But I do think the way, who was it, the Finch described it is probably the best way. There we go. The Ender 3 V3 is a legit surprise. Lots of little details I didn't expect. They stepped it up in your opinion. Yeah, so Feder on 3D Print SOS just did a unboxing and first print stream of the Ender 3 V3, which is Creality's Core XZ bed slinger. As far as I know, it's the first production Core XZ printer, and it's, I guess, gonna be their base Ender 3 from now on. But yeah, it looked pretty good. They've got some interesting stuff on it compared to the switch wire, like an automatic belt tensioning system with like spring-loaded stuff and some interesting stuff. So if you're interested in that, you can probably go check out his stream. So many people converting Ender 3s to switch wires. They decided to simplify the process. I definitely missed how finicky the V0 is. Yeah, you earn it. You earn this good printer. So what I did last time was I pulled one side until I could count the number of teeth that were visible. So let's say 5 teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On one, and then I did the same on the bottom one, because I know that these are the exact same length. So both of these have 5 teeth protruding on this right side of the belt. So now I'm going to tighten that one down while trying to maintain only 5 teeth. You guys see that that's even between the two? Something fell out. Oh, the washer. So I've got 5 teeth on both of these right side belts, the lower and upper belt. And I'm gonna get that pretty tight, I guess. One of the few spots I actually trust using a ball end. And my other nut fell out to this one, but luckily the screw held in. So this would have been the way that, I'm not sure if it was Nuno or the Finch suggested, just get the belt started without these T-nuts on the back and then just put the T-nuts on afterwards. That's a pretty good shout. I think that's gonna actually work out the best. If I ever build a third V0, that's the way I'll have to make sure I do it. But I'm actually gonna have a hard time getting it started. Yeah. I can get it all lined up, and then as soon as I go to try to tighten it down, it was getting unaligned. Okay, there we go. So 5 teeth on both the right side. Then on the left side, I can pull these fairly taut. And when they get the equal tightness, they should be equal length. Right, that belt tension system, the aux fans, metal chassis, it's more thought out than a typical Creality product. It does seem like it. I like that the whole kind of XD gantry was like basically one piece. I don't think it was milled, or maybe it was forged and then milled, but that was pretty cool. V0 is awesome. Anyone just sit and stare at it sometimes? Yeah. It sits on my desk and I watch it all day. Really liking how your V0 is looking. When I built it as a V0.1 2 years ago, it was your first Voron build, so didn't have much attention on details, whatnot. I made a mistake putting mine to the right of my monitor, so when I work, I just stare. Like printer ASMR. Okay, so I think we're about ready to tension stuff. I guess the first step is to get these to the same length. Yep, one of our belts is not running on the pulley on that side. That's why it wasn't coming out to the same length. That guy up there. Let's just go around the whole perimeter, make sure we're in the pulleys everywhere. This guy also was not on the pulley. I guess when I gave it a little bit of slack, it fell off. So that's definitely one of the #1 things I see people having problems with like belt tension and evenness in the Voron Discord is their belts just aren't riding on their pulleys all the way around the printer. So what do you guys like to do? Do you like to leave the tensions or the tensioning system all the way detensioned? or the most tensioned when you do your belt tensioning. So as we tighten it, it'll move this way. So we want it to be detensioned to start. Does it really say that anywhere in the detention, adjust the belt and fine tune with the knobs? Yeah. The detention is with the screws all the way out to their furthest. I guess they do show that in the diagram. You guys can't see. Oh, that one. So I'm basically like manually pulling one tooth through until these get to the same length. So right now these should be the same length on the left as they are on the right. Our belt paths are all correctly, like tying your shoes. So our belts are equal length, so I should be able to tighten this down, right? Or should I try to get it ballpark close to our 110 Hertz and then tighten it down? So that we'll have some room for them to stretch a little bit and get retightened. Well, I guess I can tighten down the carriage and I'll still be able to loosen or tighten it from the front. And then I'll be able to pull teeth through if I want. So we need M6, M2x6 screws. I'm not sure if that's the same for this carriage or not. It might be different. Is this a Loctite? Metal on metal, through metal? I didn't see a note about Loctite. Oh, thread locker, yeah, they do say so. Nuno said, thinking of getting that X carriage for mine and maybe get some Gates GT3 belts, just because the one I currently have are clone. Gotcha. These are LDO, so I assume that they're fairly legit. Yeah, M6 or M2x6 work. They seem to not bottom out. And Nuno said tighten the carriage down to the rail, like pretty much exactly when I started to do it, I think. Yeah, but Nuno, how close do I want to get to pull the belts by hand as much as you can and as evenly, then tighten the belts to the carriage? But how close do I want to get to 110? I can't go over because right now I'm at the loosest. I can only get tension, so I need to have it slightly under 110 or exactly to 110. What am I doing? You know what I mean? Am I making sense? How close do you want to get before you like finally tighten up the belts to the carriage? I got you. I'm just wondering if there's ever a situation where somebody tightens it too much while they're completely detensioned and then they don't have any headroom left to go the opposite way. You can't tighten them too much by pulling them by hand. Gotcha. All right, that's pretty tight. There's definitely too much slack in them right now. So yeah, I guess Nuno was saying is probably right. Still even on the left. It's one tooth short, right? Oh no, why are you still spinning? Okay, there we go, it's tightening up. So have you guys used the Gates application? Getting work emails, I don't want to see that right now. But there's the Gates Carbon Drive app. I didn't use this last time, I used like a guitar tuner. Am I using this right? Is this thing one? No frequencies recorded. The bicycle only goes up to 100 hertz. I usually use a printed tool. I have one of those tools, but it's not calibrated yet. Oh, it's starting to pick up frequencies now. 78 is what it's at right now. So that's with carriage in the middle, gantry all the way back. I think I can pull like a tooth more on each. Loosen it a tiny bit. All right, I pulled one tooth more on both sides. See what that does. So this does work more consistently than the guitar tuning app I was using. Let's see if you guys can see that any better. $108. One. $7. $111, $112. Interesting. $6. $3. Okay, so they're fairly close. Let's just make sure that they're still equidistant. It's a tiny bit. Shorter. Make sure the belts are the same length and use the tensioners to fine tune it. When you tighten the steppers, the tension will increase slightly. Yeah, I have found that. Like when you actually tighten down these screws, once you find the right tension, it'll kind of jump up a little bit. So you kind of want to be slightly under, I guess. Check that motion. Are belts walking at all? Everything looks pretty good. So still very finicky, but not as bad as last time, I don't think. So now we want to move the carriage all the way to the back and center. We want to get things to 110 Hertz. So we should hopefully be just below 110 or around 100. I'm gonna tighten this one down too. And of course my phone goes to sleep. Not sure if that shows up on screen well for you guys. 87, that's pretty low. It does pick up on my voice, so. The consistent results seem to be about 80 something. So if I start to tighten this down, (101), 100, let's try to get it to like 107, and then we'll tighten it down, and hopefully that'll tighten up to. Gantry is pretty well deracked. Slight tweak in it. So there's a little bit of movement here in the front left now. Do you see that? That wasn't there before the belting. I didn't really run into that problem. The last time I built the V0. Oh, I only tension the right side, you're right. Get it to tension and then derack. That makes sense. This app works a fair bit better than the like guitar tuner apps, I'd say. Two. Four. (108). So knowing that when I now tighten these down, it's probably going to get a little bit tighter. I was thinking of leaving it at 108 and see if that gets me to 110. No worries, Nuno. I know what you mean now. I was just thinking out of order. Also try to not tighten these down such that it really starts to destroy the printed part. That really shot up. That shot up to 116. (115). That's too tight. Too tight. .106, so let's back it down to like 104. Screwdriver down. 7, 8. I'm doing the correct motor, aren't I? Yes. All these are untight, or you're not getting any juicer. $102, okay. Yours bumped up about 5 hertz. Let's see if that was the right amount. $115. $113. Let's. So I loosened them down to like 103, 104. And then when I tightened up the motors, it went up to 115. $108, $110. $81. This is so finicky, it's frustrating. Try to get it even at 100. 100. And now let's tighten it down. Press the tension screw to make sure it moves. Oh, 7. It's 3 freaking hertz. So I have the belt tensioner tool, but I haven't really calibrated it yet, and I'm not sure if the printer I printed it on printed it well enough. So we can try it out after this and see what it says in terms of 108. That's more than good. All right, let's do this other side. Maybe we can fine tune with the tool. Evenness is the most important thing, right? Get out the way. $68. $120. It's like no matter how much I loosen these, they're still getting just like 115. Maybe the motor wasn't sliding well enough. Okay, 83. Okay. $102. I'm going to tighten them and see if we can get that exactly to 108. Finicky, finicky, finicky. All right, what's your guess? I'm gonna say 112 somehow. 120? Jeez. Ugh. Seems weird I get such big jumps. $101, $102, and now if I tighten it, it's somehow gonna go up to like 120. $117. That's ridiculous. It's somehow tightening by 20 hertz when I tighten down the motor. I can of course get these fine-tuned later. We can move on with the build, but it's a little bit frustrating. $111, $115. $112. $125. Have you ever had one belt's tension impact the other? Is this supposed to be a multiple iteration process? My 3D printed tool also isn't calibrated. I just use it to make sure both belts are equal. Yeah. Use the app to check the hertz. The clip pane app, is that what you're referring to? We got 108 and 114. I'm gonna leave this for now. Let me grab the tool. We can check it to see what it says. So this is, I forget who makes it, but I've got this little bar, and that comes out to almost 1.9. I guess I can just use a driver to get it right to 1.9, what they recommend for Vorons. Am I supposed to be tightening this screw or loosening it? Anybody use this tool? Pretty consistent. That's fairly close, but I don't know if the tool is calibrated all that well. Any chats? Why is my chat not auto scroll? Oh, it's a little bit harder to get to. They're both pretty close to 1.9. Well, actually, they're right on 2. This one is. Or 2.1. they're fairly even according to this tool. I got the hardware kit from West 3D, so hopefully it's okay. So we're gonna call the belts okay-ish for now. I'll cut them down after I'm a little bit more sure. That's a frustrating process, to be sure. So now we can do the bed prep. I'm kind of excited about this just because it should be fairly straightforward and easy compared to the last printer I did. We've got our LDO Polymide 120 watt is this thing. That's pretty crazy. That's basically double the wattage of the bed I have in the FormBot, and it takes like 5 minutes just to heat up the bed, and if I want to heat up the chamber, it's going to take like closer to half an hour if I want to get the chamber up to say 40 degrees. So this should be pretty pleasantly an upgrade. So we do need to check the LDO docs because they have some specific stuff. If you look through the actual docs from FormBot, or excuse me, from Voron, a lot of the stuff they have you prep to do isn't necessary. We still need to do the magnet, but we don't need to do the bottom side. We don't need to do the thermal fuse, and we do need to do the screws. So I'm gonna hop back over to the LDO docs. What page are we on? 148? Skip bed kit heater comes pre-assembled. Only thing you need to do is fasten the thermistor to the screw hole. So this is pretty nice. The thermistor comes, it's just a little screw in type. Interesting, it's got like a Kapton coating there, so it's a little harder than I expected to get threaded. And just hand tightening it down. It does have a nice little strain relief spring on here, so you don't have to worry about when the bed moves, it's gonna fray. That's pretty nice. That's like 4 pages of the manual done. We can skip page 145. For page 150, use M3 lock nuts instead of regular washers. This is one of the parts I've heard people maybe not take issue with, but note can be a little confusing. You have to kind of bounce back and forth between the LDO docs and the regular ones. So we need M3 by 40. 3 of those. We can put our thread locker away for now. We need nylock nuts, which I took out and put some in here. We of course need our thumb nuts. So the LDO kit, instead of using printed parts, comes with these thumb screw nuts for belt or bed tension. I think that's all we need. I kind of had this one hardware drawer, it's just assorted random nuts, miscellaneous nuts. So we need to pass those through. Don't let them fall out. Need to get these nylock nuts threaded on, which is going to be possibly a little painful. Let's see what we want to use for that. Let's use the Hodo. The appropriate bit. And then I have some nut drivers over here. And I think they might be hollow shaft. So there's one way to find out. All right, so it looks like this 5.5 nut driver is the right one. And doing this by hand would be a pain in the butt, but. It is not a completely hollow shaft. It goes a little bit deeper than Steve has a special like RC tool for doing this kind of thing. We go as far as we can with this, and then I'll find something else. I believe it's quite late here. Thanks, Nuno. Appreciate the tips. Have a good night. And I'll probably see you in somebody else's stream, if not mine. So, peace out. What do I have that I can use? I don't have any wrenches that small, I don't think. Nor sockets. Well, I might have a socket that small, but I won't be able to use the socket with it, or the wrench with it. 4.5, 5.5. Let's see if my finger strength is enough. Good luck for the build. See ya. Have a good night. So in a pinch, a 5.5 millimeter socket will do the trick pretty well. And that's definitely preferable to doing these all by hand. That would take quite a while. All right, so they recommend a nylock, and then they say, do they say to use a nut? Oh, they said flat side up. I messed that up. You need to sort of do the nylock nut upside down of how you would typically attach one. Makes sense because this ends up being basically the kind of surface for the springs to ride on. Who's left in the chat? Is anybody working on their own project at the moment? I know Jeff's working on the tool changer. If he is still here. Flip it and reverse it upside down. Making Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, says Martin. And then graphics by DMA. I got my FormBot V0.2 done recently, partially thanks to watching your streams. Good start. Going to start building an LDO Trident 250, then a Magic Phoenix 2.4. You're all about the kits, the Voron kits right now, I guess. I'm jealous of the Trident, very jealous. I think if I had a printer to choose to build next, I'd probably build a Trident. And then of course the 2.4 I think is maybe the coolest kinematic system in terms of just like it's so kind of different and out there with the flying gantry. It would be great to build, but I think maybe I would want to build a Micron first. How are you liking, have you unboxed the Magic Phoenix yet? I haven't seen a whole lot about their kits. All right, so our screws are in, our nuts are upside down, which makes them right side up. For wiring, see the Kirigami Bed guide. I guess we just follow the rest of the instructions until we need to do the wiring. So we need a washer. Is the washer gonna help? Because all we have are shims. I was jealous of the kit you're currently building, I think, so I went ahead and got the LDO Trident kit. It was on special at MatterHackers. Yeah, they do have really good sales. for some of the older revisions that can't be kind of upgraded to the newer revisions, you can definitely get them on a really, really good sale, almost 50% off sometimes. The Magic Phoenix kit is yet to be shipped, but I bought it a few weeks ago. Nice. Have you thought about any printers for ants projects? Those kind of have my interest peaked as well. So is one of these washers going to help in this situation whatsoever compared to the... It just needs to create like a little bit of a nice flat platform for the washer, or for the spring. I guess I've got some extra, so I'll use them. I'll be interested to see, you know, I know we have LDO, we of course have FormBot, Isaac makes kits, and Cybor, I kind of think are the big four-ish that I've mostly seen content creators create and build logs of. So it would be interesting to see if, you know, a new or a different manufacturer is able to produce some pretty good stuff. The Micron looks cool, but I'm a bit turned off by the preloading and nuts. What do you mean? You built a V0. Preloading nuts should be like... No, it is a very finicky part of the process. So I guess we can get Steve's spacers. We need the bed spacers. I printed these out very, very fast. One. I don't only have one of those bed spacers. Two. I have two. Show me a third. Three. To redo my V0.2 with magnetic panels. Magic. They are magic, aren't they? Magnetic panels, but I would have had to think of that at the beginning of the build. Part of me wants to tear it all down and redo it. I mean, you've got other printers. I started buying parts for Rohan's Rook 2020 MK1. Can't decide what color to print the parts. Hey, Graphics, thanks for having fun with us for a little while. Hope the builds go well. If you do a build log or anything, you know, even if it's just pictures and text, on like the Voron forums, definitely let me know. If you're in any of the, you know, Steve Builds, 3D Print SOS, ModBot, Discords, ping me if you post any pictures. I'd like to see how those builds go. But have a good night otherwise. We need to do our bed magnet before we actually mount this. And I just lost a nut, or a washer. I'm gonna peel this back. Our Mix 6 bed. I think this is a bit thicker than what's required by spec. I do see some adhesive kind of like seeping, so I'm gonna get some alcohol and give it a once over with paper towels. Donde? Just trying to get some of that area where the adhesive started to like kind of leach or something. Cleaned off any residue. I don't see much in terms of like grease. My lint-free paper towels, which aren't really lint-free. So we need to apply our bed sheet. Do a little bit of a dry fit. So the bed sheet doesn't quite, the magnet doesn't quite go like edge to edge. So we'll kind of want to be fairly precise when we align this. What I typically do is get it started and fold a section of it back. So you can use that to kind of space in place. I don't think it's crucially important that it's perfectly square, but that will know. Now that I've got that mostly lined up and placed, kind of flip it up. There we go. I don't know, I like doing that way. I feel like it kind of mostly applies itself. We're not perfectly square on there. It's a little askew, but it should be good enough. I do wish that all the manufacturers would start doing plates and build sheets with the automatic alignment on them. You know, like on the Prusa, I think the FISA kit actually has 2 little screws that screw in there. And then their build plates has little notches that kind of help you align them perfectly. That would be nice, because when the bed's 105 degrees, you don't want to kind of be shimmying it around too much. Okay, so question is, do I want to actually remove the holes for the screw heads, considering we have nylock nuts on here? I'm gonna go ahead and say no. I tighten these down pretty well. They're nylock, they shouldn't come out. And if I do need to do any adjustment later on, I can make the holes then. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, we're not gonna do that. Let me know in the chat if you think I'm an idiot. Here's our watching that film. Oh, Martin said something. Sorry, Martin. I'd love to build a trident. Yeah, me as well. For no other reason, just to build the printer that Steve helped design. Alcohol out of the way. And now we need to recall which direction these spacers need to face to get the bed aligned correctly. So these spacers are kind of cammed in a way. So they have like a little alignment slot here and then a hole. So depending on which way you face them, it'll make the bed move forward or backwards like 3 millimeters. That's to account for the differences between the V0.1 or V0.0 and the newer ones, I believe. So you put these in the bottom. And if you can see that, the holes towards the front. But if I spin it around, the hole will be towards the back, and that'll move the bed back. I don't think the instructions say which way to use those on the Voron or the LDO instruction. but I do recall talking about it with somebody on Discord. Let me see if I can find that conversation. Now I can't find it. The direction. Anybody in the chat happen to know or recall? No, can't find it. Spacer. Alright, let me go to the Voron V0 discussion. See if anybody's mentioning it in here. Spacer. I think it's supposed to move the bed towards the front. We'll know when we get the tool head on and we can or cannot reach the front of the bed. We might be sad. Let's try flipping everything sideways. And I think that might allow us to get bed on without spilling everything. Alright, and then on the bottom we can put on the spacer, which will push the bed towards the front. And then put on finally our thumb screw. I think that is the order of operation. That should hold everything in place while we do the same 2 more times. 2 more again. The other 2 will only go in the correct way. The sand, how you making out? I had to leave for a bit. Fairly good. I had to go look up some stuff for a little bit, but now putting these little spacers on that Steve Bill's designed to locate the bed correctly. But I will say the Kirigami Bed kit from LDO is really, really good. Yeah, I did get the belts in place. They're mostly evenly tensioned. I think one is at 112 and the other is at 118. I was having a hard time getting both of them at 110 and didn't want to spend the rest of the stream doing so. So I might fine tune those a little bit more off stream. I used both the Gates app for that for a little bit, but then I also used this guy, which I'm not sure I have fully calibrated correctly. They were a little tighter than what this one's supposed to come out to, like 1.9, I think. And they were a little tighter than that, so I'll try to get that fine-tuned off stream. What's next up now? I think we're on to wiring. Yep. Press the bed all the way down, and then maybe this would be a good opportunity to switch the cam to this guy. Light in there for you guys. But we can follow their wiring guide. Just somewhere. I think I've opened this up like 3 times. So our thermistor is going to be plugged in there. We have one side of the bed and then the other into our Wago connectors. It's a little hard to see. But since the bed is pre-wired with our thermal fuse, the one lead into one Wago, the other lead into the other Wago. How do they guide those excess cables though? Just kind of hide the cables down here somewhere. Oh nice, I got a gimmicky one from AliExpress you're gonna test. Nice. Yeah, let me know how that works out. I think once I get this one calibrated, it'll be fairly good. I wish they had better pictures of this, of like where the wires are being managed. LDO has so many docks. Yeah, it's digital, but for the price, I think it's a little tank. Figure it'd be worth trying. Yeah. It's interesting, you know, like the DIY community comes out with something. The kind of Chinese manufacturers who tend to sell on AliExpress see that there's like value in it and that people want it, and then they're able to make it in bulk for usually pretty inexpensive. I guess I needed to have plugged this in before this step. This is the Kirigami, or the LED cable. I have to find a way to magic that in there. There we go, pair of tweezers worked. And some of this wiring I think I should have done before I actually put the bed down, but it would have made the cable management a bit easier. I think I'm just going to take the bed off. Jank. Oh, it's a little jank. Not tank. Gotcha. Let's do our Wagos. Oh, my thermistor's still plugged in. Yeah, order of operations on this is a little more finicky than I would like, but all right, so definitely do this cable first. The LED why is this? What, is this a picture for ants? You open up this picture to try to view it larger and this comes up. Like I click the zoom button and I get tiny picture. What? Who is this helping? So they just use a cable tie, which I need to grab. Is where? Electronics and wiring, probably. Yes. So it looks like we just cable tie this guy down kind of to here. That is a nice kit, looking good, thank you. What, did you already, sorry if you already mentioned it, but what printers do you have or are you working on? So now we need to go back and see some of the other cable management. Ooh. It might be good to go into the wiring kit and grab our bed heater wires. Did I misplace those that fast? And our thermistor wire. I'm one of the main designers for Stealth Changers, so I have my custom size V or 2.4 R2 and learns from an Ender 3 original and Ender 5 Plus. Nice. I've got 2 Ender 3s over there. I've got a box of Ender 3 scraps that are eventually gonna become a Ender wire. And then I've got one Formbot V0, and then next I'll do, I'm doing this LDO V0 before moving on to the Ender wire. So I'm trying to find the bed thermistor cable that we need to get hooked up, and then the bed heat cable, which were inside of the cable kit. Very well labeled. Main PCB, 5-volt fan, and mains wiring we don't need right now. But before we put the actual bed on, let's get these guys wired up. So I will put the label down to the main board side, since we know what it is up here. I wish there was a really good way to give you guys a good view. But I'll plug one of these into one side of one Wago mount, one into the other. Then where do they have us route the cables? Kind of around this side. Little gutter area here. There's a cable tie thing there. And then the thermistor cable, they have the same thing. You might convince me to do V0. Yeah, I don't know, what do you see yourself wanting to build? Do you want to build something like pretty cool and complicated, like Stealth Changer type stuff, or do you want to do something that's like maybe a little bit more of a stock plain build? There's all the printer for ants projects too, which are pretty awesome. So thermistor plugged in. Oh, I can't do this guy. So we've got our 2 heater wires, and then they're getting routed over that little shoulder area thermistor. again, getting wired. These are the correct type of, I don't know if they're a FEP or PVC type cable coating that are recommended by Voron for cable chains, which I can't say is true for a lot of other V0 kits. Honestly, you know, a lot of people probably say the Z cable chain isn't really the most kind of wire incident prone, I would guess. So maybe it's not hugely important that you use this type of specific wiring, but I think it kind of points to the quality that LDO likes to go for, and they like to do what the spec says, even if they can save money by not doing so. For the Micron or V0, I want something I can pump parts out. Yeah, the problem now is my V2 is my best printer, but I'm designing parts for it, so it's hard to print on it. Yeah. That's the N+1 problem, kind of 3D printers, when you're designing 3D printers. The right number of 3D printers is the current number you have plus 1. I'm gonna cut this cable tie. And lay the bed like this a little bit and then show you. This is a heater, which is not polarized, so it can kind of go any way. Essentially just a big old resistor that you pump current through and it heats up, hopefully quite precisely. Most of you guys probably know that. And also get our thermistor plugged in. Maybe might not have enough slack. Right here. So there we go. Found a little pee-pee hole to show everything. Peep hole, not pee-pee hole. And then I think we said hole in the front with these spacers. The bed towards the front. I can go look on my other my FormBot kit to see. Oh, I have to get down. Maybe bust out a flashlight. Without unscrewing it. Bulky part is towards the front. I think I did it backwards. On the FormBot kit, this is flipped around. I can't get it out. So that was pushing the bed towards the back. You've got to get somebody like Steve to do a tool changer build on stream. That would be cool to watch. Or at least one stock, yeah. That's a bit of the tinkerer's problem of can't just leave well enough alone. Some people, that's why they like something like a bamboo. I mean, heck, even narrow, you know, keeps his bamboo around so that he can just pump prints out on it and not really have to worry too much about modding it, although he has modded it several times. I think he modded the AMS system on it. But it's hard to look at a Voron, see all the cool user mods and other mods out there and not want to partake. So do you do a whole nother build, or do you Uh-oh. I got disconnected. So no drop frames, but my connection disconnected. Let me know if you guys experienced the shutdown or not. I know Zombie Hedgehog has streamed his Stealth Changer build. Yeah, I've watched his streams, and I've watched some of his like premieres on YouTube. I'm in that chat every once in a while. Oh, there we go. Oh, Steve is gonna build a black box tool changer. I'm a little partial to the Stealth Changer personally. I think it looks cooler. I haven't seen a lot on the black box, to be honest, but I looked it up when Steve talked about it, or somebody mentioned it somewhere. All right. So what can we do with cable management? I don't know if you guys can see it. We've got these 3 cables kind of just dangling, hanging around, and I don't see on the LDO docs what they say to do about it. I don't kind of like them just hanging around. I would like it if they were like just long enough, but I also don't want to redo them. I could maybe stick them directly under between the bed and the management track. I don't see any like specific cable management stuff for these 2 wires. Still here. Might give him pins and bushings at Remurf for Stealth Changer. So where are you at with yours, Jeff? Or how many tool heads do you have working currently? I think next we need to kind of feed these over to here. Where did they have those going? I think they just have them going up and into the chain. Like, did they just join here, all get cable tied together, and then go into the chain? Printed with 2 and had to change up the docks, but all 6 get recognized by the printer. Gotcha. Everything's CAN, I imagine, right? Where is the cable tie down for this stuff? Missing something? Not seeing where they like Oh, there's a cable tie down. Here. Big hands in smaller places. Okay. So I guess all of these come out and join together and go straight into this cable chain. We're testing out those new links. Great. EV36 boards on all of them. Nice. Okay. So these all need to get passed into the cable chain, I suppose. So then go up and down, all around. I guess it's hard for them to get pictures considering you have to get a camera inside of the freaking printer to take some of these pictures. Now we're gonna go back to these instructions. So we want to pass the cables through the cable chain before we mount the cable chain, right? I would think. Cable chain go like that. No. Cable chain go like that. Where are the ones that go together? Let's do the bed wires first. They're fairly easy. Let's do these two. These might not be that easy. Might have to tape them or something. Not the fullest cable chain in the world, luckily. It is smart that LDO doesn't put the JST connectors on. Something just flew off the table. So that you can actually pass these through pretty proficiently without it being a pain in the butt. These two. Yeah, that would be smart to put one through, tape them all together, and then pull them through. Kind of getting the same effect in a more roundabout way. Tactical step, yeah, I figured that's what you meant. I'm kind of using the cables to help guide it through. But you're right, that'd probably be the most effective way, is to use one cable to fish the rest of them through. Constantly doing something the hard way, though. It's got a weird little kink in them. There we go. Move our bed down a bit. Should be able to snap him in. There we go. I'm just purposely demonstrating the way not to do stuff so that when you guys correct me, you know, the people following along will know the correct way to do stuff, you know? It's all planned out and premeditated. So we need to move this up to the top point. Make sure we don't hit at the top. I think we can put at least one chain on. Chain link. I can't remember if I took any off. Come on. There you go. Honestly, I think I can use all the links provided. And it won't run into the top. Yes. I'm not sure if I detached any links or if, since this was a V0.1 kit originally and then got upgraded to V0.2 and then V0.2.1, if that's why some of the links weren't attached. that backwards? Yes, it is. If I pass all of these through here. That's still not running into it up top. Snap on. This guy needs to get tightened down. I cannot get this to snap over the top of the other one. Getting pissed off with these tiny chains. Did they say anything about it in the manual? Leave enough space up top. They don't show it being attached at the bottom. It down so it doesn't move on me. Let me see if I can. There we go. Snap. My rail stops were not tightened down completely. That was a bit of a butt clench moment. So I did print out this little piece that flew off a little bit ago. Where'd it go? All the way around here. This little piece is designed by Steve. And it is designed to screw in right here with, I presume, a fairly standard size screw, since all the extrusions are tapped. And then we can use a zip tie to go through the channel that it has in it. Comes out the other side, and then we can strain relief all these cables down here at the bottom. Another nice little Steve Builds upgrade joint. We do want to try to get some amount of strain relief up here as well. I need to find a way to zip tie it. I wish there was some nice natural spot right there. There is a zip tie point for this. Like this chain mount right here should have a little hole in it so that you could slip a zip tie down to the front and make sure that this is completely tethered down. Ideally, I'm trying to consider where else you can do it or how else. Or if there was a channel under like that. What do you guys think? There is some kind of a cable tie spot right here. There for that one cable. What did I do on this build? I just zip tied the wires there in that location. A little play there is fine. Hey, bee's knees. Did you mean this location here, or were you talking about just like there? So in terms of these chains, I know we want to make it so like if you pull it tight, it's going to be touching the inside radius. If you push it opposite way, so you touch it the opposite. We want it like right in the middle. Second option you pointed to. I have one there now, right here. So we want it. I don't know if you guys can you see the cables moving? So if you push it all the way in until they start to fold, then it's going to be on the outer perimeter of the cable chain. Pull it taut, then it's on the inner cable chain at the radius. So we want it kind of like right in the middle. Right there, so it's not touching either side. And then we have this cable tie down here from Steve. That should make sure that okay. I don't like this. I don't know why both the kits I've gotten have had a cable chain that do that little bendy outy thing. It's not attractive. Ideally this would stand straight up. If there was something that kind of just sat right there, it would look a whole lot better. Cut this cable tie. Cable tie. Hey, Gantry, thanks for hopping in. Chatting. Always welcome. Very cool project. So thank you for designing that, sharing that. Maybe once I get a 0.4 built. Although did somebody mention this thing? Design tool changer for Trident as well? That would be cool. But yeah, thanks for hopping in. Check it out. That part's out of the way. Oh, sorry, the microphone flipped inside of my shirt. I like these mics, but they kind of, I don't know, if I clip them with my shirt, they don't stay put. I was saying, if you're headed out, thanks for hopping in. Thanks for doing the tool changer project. I think it's really cool, and I'm excited to see everybody's awesome builds like Jeff and Zombie. But yeah, have a good night. Do we start on the tool head? The de-racking did correct itself once the belt tensions got even. That's a little silly. Checking that before that all happens. All these cables are just going to be kind of freebirding it for a while. Oh no, that was stuck behind there. That's not good. What do you think? Should we start on the tool head now? Because the frame is mostly done until we do tool head, and I think electronics are next. Or should I save that? The tool head I do recall taking quite a while. You can at least start to get out some of the parts. So, hold it over again on me. So this is what we have for the parts. Kind of got 4 colors going on here. You have 4 V0s, Bee's Knees? That's awesome. I thought me about to have 2 was gonna be kind of ridiculous. Do you have like all the same kits or some from different manufacturers? Have you modded some? Not that you need to justify, you know, to me at all, but just kind of very interested in the fact that you have 4 V0s. That's the color scheme we're working with. Got the green front. Again, this is kind of like Halo Master Chief themed. I wanted to add a little bit of black in there, so we did the mid body out of the Galaxy black, the back out of the green, and then the handler and the idler out of golden gray. Guess we can at least start getting organized for it. I know I'll need those printed parts. Parts out of here. We'll need the tool head box. We will need this back. I guess this is like the Picobilical holder. And we have this whole bag or box full of stuff. Very cool that LDO includes all actual Bondtech, genuine Bondtech hardware for this. Got our 2 bearings, 3 thread locked rub screws, what looks like Capricorn internal fountain tube, their nice branded tension knob, and hardware. And then our BMG internals. Three out of 4 modded, working on upgrading the 4th. Green frame, orange ACM panels, and orange ASA parts. Nice. I'll post a pic in Steve's Discord. Cool. I'm in there pretty much every day. Feel free to tag me if you want to, but I'll probably see it. So, this is all, is this captive? It is captive. It's like pre-assembled and stays on there. You don't lose your washer and or spring, which is kind of nice. Are these 2 different tension springs? Maybe not. I don't know if these hardware pieces are for the old like afterburner or if they're for this, but we'll see. We'll get started with this. We'll roll until close to 1. See how far we get. I didn't plan on doing any tool head stuff today, but get this guy heated up. This is Adam from Vector 3D's vertical linear motion press. We need a bunch of inserts. At the very least, we'll get the inserts done. Yeah, I'm always lurking. Are you usually in his streams as well? I feel like I've seen your name, but I'm not sure. Dos. Tres. Use a pair of tweezers for that to make it a little bit easier next time. The shuttle. LDO includes spacers for us, so we don't need those. M3x20 spacers, and they're black, which is nice. Goes pretty well with my build. I don't know if these always match the color of your extrusions, but it happened to in my case. Let's get this shuttle done first. And get these three guys done. Extrusion on this tool head was not perfect. There are a couple gaps. I'm having problems with this profile with getting a consistent top layer and not having it over extrude at the XY or at the infill perimeter, but then also not leave gaps. I can't find like a good balance of kind of top layer flow rate. You know, if I change it up or down and then also play with the infill overlap, I can't find like a good value for that. The rest of my flow rate is tuned pretty well, but yeah, having some finicky problems with that. Heat insert, heat insert, heat insert. Then the mid body needs 3 heat inserts as well. Yes, sir, and Modbots. Okay. I was in Modbot's stream earlier today when he was working on the, what does he work on? The ender wire conversion from Cyborg. Popped out there. For like a long portion of the stream, I just had him on while I was working, and then kind of took a little bit of a break because I got up at 7 this morning to do a bunch of work and chatted a little bit. I was actually chatting with him about music because both of us got hit with copyright strikes recently. The music we were using on stream. I guess he said he just went back to using the same music and hasn't had any issues with it, so. Any further issues with it. And then we need a M2x6 female screw for the little anti-mesh thingamajigger. This guy. I guess we're just gonna have to put them on the bit. Get started that way. What is your Least and favorite part about the V0 Bee's Knees. I think you're, besides Namgria, maybe Steve, you might be the most prolific V0 builder I know of. This guy's always a little finicky. You get the right screw. M2 by 6 flathead. I'm having trouble getting it started. Maybe I need an actual handle. I stripped out that screw head. Wow. That's a first. Belts are the worst. I mean, I just kind of went through that today. Getting them tension was pretty damn frustrating. That's just not the right size. Free spinning. What is this? This is a 1.27. Do I need a 1.3 exactly? .3 is spinning as well. It's a 1.5? It is a 1.5. Well, there's your problem. Brian is just dumb. Turns out when you use the right tool for the job, it does the job right. Putting it all the way in at this step will make it easier to access later on. Thread that down, not let it go until it breaks. I need to throw this screw away. The head is stripped out. Let's put the G2Z belt Z on the last rebuild. Oh, nice. Really easy mod. The Galileo 2 Z mod. Seen a lot of people moving to that. It'll be interesting to see if we get any commercial printers starting to move towards belted Z. I've mostly just seen it in DIY printers, but there's obviously some benefits to it since so many people are doing it and taking stuff like the Galileo and using it. It's very popular in Vorons. I guess we're gonna get our BMG internals ready. So I do have a rigged GA. Maybe I can go and grab that and we'll decide if we want to actually use it right now. Where is it? Is a good question. If I can't find it, then we will not use it. And extruder parts. Here we go. My box of hot-end things. My stealth changer has Galileo 2Zs. So, I'm sure you guys can read that, but I got several rigs. KB3D had a sale on Black Friday, and I just bought some IGDAs and RIGDAs and all sorts of IGDAs. So I've got a DDX and an OEM, and I'm not sure the difference. I know we need RIGDA, right? The reverse. But do you guys know the difference between a DDX? Is one direct drive versus OEM? I guess I can look it up. Or maybe we'll just build it stock. Whoa, I just zoomed in on chat like crazy. Oh, the tweezers are on my... I have two G2E on two of my V0s. I have a third, but don't know what to put on it. I don't know how I got in there. Oh, if I want to put it on a running CNC Sherpa on one of them also. Man, you have so many printers to choose from. But have either of you used a RIGDA? I guess we'll just build it stock. And then I can do some prints and then maybe pull it out and put the new one in there. That's what we'll do. But I do have these. I have a RIGDA and a wristwatch for SC. Do you know like I have two different sets. One says DDX and one says internals, and I don't know what the difference is. One says OEM and one says DDX. I'm an aftermarket kind of guy for your V0. Looking at them, I can't tell much of a difference. They're both definitely reverse. I'll have to look it up and find out. I'm just going to use some white lithium. OEM is probably normal. Normal meaning good for V0s or a mini self burner. DDX sounds like direct drive to you. So is OEM meant to go inside of BMGs, like or actual Bondtech? But I don't get Bondtech OEM. Pretty good. They have their DDX line of extruders. Here's OEM Ridga V2. I don't know if mine says V2 or not. Oh, well, it says Voron Mini Stealth Burner here. So I would guess we would want to use the OEM. What do you guys think? Should I build it stock with what comes in the kit? Or should I go straight to the Ridga? I am trying to evaluate the kit, but is part of evaluating the kit evaluating Bondtech's BMG? I don't know. Let's just build it stock. I'll do some test prints. And then maybe I'll swap in the Ridga later and we can do some comparisons. Or maybe I'll put a Ridga in the form bot and see if I notice any differences there. All right, we need to lubricate our linear bearings. Maybe a bit much. Then we need our idler. Really, this can only go in there one direction, right? One direction. Bends fairly nicely. Need a self-tapping screw. Then we can put the heat set inserts away for a little while. Into 10P. Again, I actually kind of like that these are not Phillips head in this kit. They were Phillips head in the FormBot kit, and I just had to find a small precision Phillips head screw like 3 times during the build, or screwdriver. Check orientation, remove that. We need to, hopefully this is 3 millimeters and we won't have to file it down or sand it. Got like 2.7. Less than 3 millimeters, okay. So we should be good there. We can check the bearing fit, check the fit. Fits pretty nicely, doesn't grind on. Was it Modbot that had to grind his shaft down a bunch recently? Want to press fit this guy into, oh, they give you an overhead view. There you go. We need an M3 hex nut. And I think we have to glue this one into place, right? Yeah. That's a little finicky. I don't know why they don't just undersize this hole a little bit. They probably have a reason, I just don't know what it is. I wish I had a paintbrush for this, but what do you think? Thick, medium, or thin? Maybe medium? Try not to let any excess get anywhere that needs to be pretty. The medium worked okay. The thin would have been maybe too runny. All right. Moving decently fast. We place our shuttle in this way. Place our other bearing in. Oh, the KB3D screwdriver is just a little too big. The Linus Tech screwdriver. It's a little too magnetic. Or not magnetic enough. It's the right size, but what about this? Stubby. Wow, that would have been perfect. I need something to be able to press in there. Everything is just slightly magnetic enough to flip this stupid bearing around. An LZT screwdriver is a really good size for this, but since it's got that magnetic tip, it kind of makes it a little frustrating and wonky to get in there. But and then we have the arm. So, like so. Then the guidler. And kind of the only way it can. Really never gave the stop cowling a chance, went straight to aftermarket extruder. I've seen a lot of people moving towards Dragon Burner from the get-go recently. I know the cooling is supposed to be much better on it. M3 by 20. Oh, we need to put the main body on next. Part facing up. I like the look of Afterburner, or excuse me, Stealth Burner and Mini Stealth Burner, I think more than any other tool heads. But performance-wise, I do think some of the other ones are a bit better. M3 by 25 button head. Is this one of the places where they want us to use something else? I haven't been checking in on this. What page are we on? 163. So they want M3 by 25 button head. So these screws are not the right size. Over extrusion. Yeah, just a tad bit over extruded. Yeah, I only print ABS and ASA in the V0s. They definitely got cool looks to them. The 5th V0 will be a PLA machine with the Dragon Burner. Is that already written in the stars? That's going to be a 5th V0. That's too tight. I did sand down most of these parts. File down. halfway there with the parts, just upgrading the other ones. Yeah, I gotcha. That was really tight. Really? Gray frame, blue and gray parts, Detroit Lions team, nice. Celebrating that good season you guys had. Maybe I can try to file this down a little bit more. There's a little bit of a high spot there. Maybe I didn't get this part. My mom's from Detroit by way of Mississippi. And then she settled in Virginia, which is where I am. Tighten that down a little bit more now. Too much. Yep, anything positive for the D is a good thing. My mom had her reunion in Detroit, like her high school reunion. The high school doesn't exist yet, but or it doesn't exist anymore, I said yet. But they still managed to get together and have a reunion. Yeah, it's moving pretty well now. Then we need 2 M3 by 10 button head from the bottom. These will require a ball end, I think. Where is that ball end? There it is. Basically on the border of 8 Mile. Gotcha. I don't know my way around Detroit very well. I don't think I've been there ever, other than like maybe a layover. Unless I went when I was super, super young. Let's see. Or I can try checking on my phone. See if I can find what the area my mom was from. Jeff Montgomery, I just saw your Facebook post on the Voron Facebook group. Funny that's popped up. I can't find it now. Pictures. Jared W. Finney High School is the school she went to. And I think it's closed down now, but they had their reunion. Hey, Renovic. So I don't know where Finney High School is in Detroit area, but no worries. Just trying to see how far into this tool head we can get before I get too tired and need to go to bed. So now we're on to this guy. We need to make sure that the hobbed gear is towards the white part, and we've got our 3 pre thread locked set screws here. Are these 1.5 or 1.3? I'm gonna find our flat and get that one started. Okay, it's on there enough that it won't turn off the flat, I think. Then get our second one on. What did Jeff say? Someone asked what Dragon Burner was, so you showed them 6 of them. Well, it's just kind of funny to me. I pulled up Facebook and the first thing that it shows me is your build. Does this only have 1 set screw on it? Don't most BMG internals have 2 set screws? Or am I making that up? How's the build going? Smoother than the form? Yeah, for the most part, fair bit smoother. I had a little bit of trouble with these nut bars stripping out when I was doing the frame. I guess maybe some of the earlier ones that they had were a little soft and you can't really over tighten them or tighten them down too hard, but I ended up getting another set and they seem to work a whole lot better. But the Kirigami Bed build, part of the build was a whole lot smoother. And generally everything else has been pretty good. Not tighten the grub screw yet, okay. And drop him in here. Then put the motor plate on. Yeah, not far from my location in the Grosse Pointe area where I do a lot of painting $1 million houses. Whoa. I don't think they were living in $1 million houses. My grandfather worked at the Ford plant, I think, in the 60s. And then when things took a turn in the 70s, I think that's when my mom left town and my mom, eventually my grandparents moved back down to Mississippi. But yeah, I guess a lot was kind of riding on the car industry in that town. She was there during muscle cars and Motown, which is a pretty good time to be in Detroit. M3x6, M3x10. Which one does the 10 go into? This front right one? Three by 6s. Go in the other 2. But I guess Detroit's probably changed a whole lot since back when she was there. Who knows if a neighborhood that she grew up in is now crazy expensive. How are you doing tonight, Renovik? Whoa. Got good motion out of that guy. Spinning nice and freely. We need to have a certain amount of a gap. That's pretty hard to see. I think we're good. Decent, just did 5 hours of FRC. What is FRC? It's late, I'm not able to think all that well. Oh, we're looking at it from the bottom. I was looking at it from the wrong angle. So we need a slight gap between this free spinning guy and that plate. And we've got it. And now we need a piece of filament. Pass through. A little bit. Oh, FRC robotics. I have heard of that. Makes complete sense as soon as you said it. One of my coworkers does the robotics team. Well, his significant other, his partner, does the robotics team at the local high school. Middle school? One of the schools. And our company sponsored them a couple times, which is nice. So now I need to center up the grub gear. For the non-idle gear. I mean, it's pretty well aligned, to be honest. Yeah, getting better down there. It's just crazy. On one side of the street, you can be thriving, on the other side, you have surviving, and all that is just divided by a 4-lane road. Gotcha. Like some areas are getting kind of repopulated, maybe gentrified, and others are struggling. I was just troubleshooting a shooter, but that and the drive base is the only parts of the robot done. Other teams are already finished on their robots. I need to start following some of that stuff again. It's really cool. They gave us some reports on how they did it, like some of the national competitions, when they had to like collect balls and steal balls and shoot other balls. It's a lot of ball stuff was the competition that year. And our pre-assembled color scheme is sweet, by the way. Thank you. So my goal was to not overuse the gold. My goal was to not overuse the gold. I don't know why that was so hard for me to say. I wanted it to be sort of like a sparse accent. And since it's a little bit of a Master Chief theme, I'm thinking of like Master Chief's armor is mostly green on the top, and then it's got some black parts, which the frame plays into. And then in his helmet, he's got some gold pieces, and other places he's got like gold and, or black and silver. So That's the thought process on the color scheme. It's Polymaker Army Green ASA, Polymaker Gold ABS, Polymaker Galaxy Black, and Polymaker Galaxy Gray, the like idler. So that's the Galaxy Gray versus the black. So the goal is to like put a lot of green on the black frame and then break up the green a little bit with a couple other colors. I'm not the greatest with color schemes, but we're trying. And I believe our guider and arm are locking in together well. Now we need to tune the teeth marks. Just some light biting. That's not going to show up in camera. I can feel it. And it's not like chewing up the filament at all. I don't think that our teeth are meshing too harshly. Still a little bit difficult to get that guy open, but. I think we're pretty good on that. We're gonna add fans. Where are those at? Here's our fan kit. This did come with an old fan, and then one of the fans came in the upgrade kit, because I think this is the original kit was using mini afterburner. So make sure you use the right fans. I think it's all the short lead ones are the ones we want to use, and this one's for the actual chamber. Probably get rid of this guy. Fan numero uno. Get the exhaust port down. Intake port facing out. Goes on the left side. That slid in pretty easily. The fans spin well. The leads are coming out of their little grooves, which is happening with like every fan I buy recently. It's kind of annoying. These grooves don't do a good job of holding the leads in, and then they get pinched and the fans stop working. Lower fan 1 in. Axial fan. Where does the lead go? Out the right side in the bottom and into this channel. And then blower fan number 2. Exhaust on the bottom, intake on the outside. Don't pinch the wire. Almost pinched the wire. This isn't the worst part of the build, but it is like another one of those frustratingly finicky things. Take a couple tries. Okay. So here, since this black lead is not wanting to stay in its channel, I almost pinched it when I pressed it down against the other fan. I don't know why it's so hard for fan manufacturers to produce fans where the leads stay in the little channel, but like they'd have a lot less failures if they could. That guy spins well as well. Now we need our motor. Definitely broke a fan or two. It's quite easy to do. Where's our motor kit? I put it back over here. The extruder motors, of course, an LDO. I'll go ahead and take all the random parts out of here too. Our Z motor lead I left in there. Got our motor little labels, A, B, E, Z. That's the motor box done. M3 by 10. Now, they want the leads to go up. That's gonna put the LDO Motors labeling upside down. That's frustrating. Both of these are M3 by 10, and yes, they need to be that long because they need the whatchamacallits to go on them. Standoffs. Well, you guys talking color schemes? Might have to go with gray on my next one. Jeff's got the red, white, and blue, the America. I mean, do we own, as Americans, do we own the red, white, and blue? How many other countries have red, white, and blue as their colors, so their flags? Like most of them. England, France, Russia. Isn't Russia's red, white, and blue, but just not in that order? Open up the teeth and make sure we can freely spin this motor. Half of the previously British colonies, true, all the Commonwealth countries are red, white, and blue. I know, I think growing up I always associated it with being like an American thing and then realized, oh, it's a lot. So here's one of the tough parts I remember is adjusting for anti-backlash. So if you can rotate this motor about that axis a little bit, and if you push it all the way down, then you have like zero play between the teeth on the shaft coming out of this and the teeth meeting this plastic part. And we want a tiny bit of play. If we move it the opposite way, then we have a ton of wiggle room to play. So we need it somewhere in the middle. Probably too much. A little too much. Just enough. Can you guys even see that? Tighten that up. You posted your pick? Okay. I'll go check on that eventually. They want us to check our bite marks again. Oh, my guidler wasn't in there all the way. The bite marks are a little bit more pronounced now, but still not too aggressive, I don't feel. Good on the bite marks. We need to get our hot end out. I did not think we'd be making it this far, but we're kind of cruising now. Where's our Voron Revo? So this is a Voron Revo I bought off of MatterHackers actually. And then this is the one that comes with the kit. The one that comes with the kit is blue. You won't ever see it. But do I want the red one in there or the blue one? Whatever, no big say. Had a long weekend off of school. I spent it catting up new version of Ender 3 conversion. It's probably going to be just another project that ends in catting stage. Doing cross gantry, that's interesting. Just like the last version, but it's going with the Melty Princess XY motion since it has less expensive parts, but it trades it in for a bit less travel. I'm also doing triple belted Z, so 8 motor, wow. Did you see Chris from Living Room Workbench had started a super cheap printer? Like he's using some like really cheap components. He's trying to make it come in under $100. Like he's calling it the poor man's V0 or something. No, the poor man's Core XY, I think is what he's calling it. He's been streaming that. All right, we're gonna go with the one that came in the kit. No, screw down. Are we gonna lose our 100% recovery rate on drop screws? Nope, found it. Yeah, I saw, but I haven't been able to watch the streams. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been trying to catch up. I think the first stream he was just trying to get some of the electronics sorted out, make sure he could use the motors that he planned on using. So he just took like an old SKR Mini V3 and was trying to get a config that would actually turn the motors. Then he started working on the motion system a little bit, I think, last stream. I eventually like to maybe design a printer. I'm not sure I have the design chops though. All right, so we need our PTFE tube. Also got this blue lead, which I'm not sure I like all that much. We might have to sleeve that. We used our 3 M3x8s or 4 M3x8s. We need 6 millimeters on top of the fan saver. And there's a tool to help with that. A jig. See how close to 6 millimeters this is. This is printed on Prusa, 6.1 millimeters. That's pretty close. So this is a printed jig that comes with the kit, or comes with the files that you can use to cut it to the right length. I'm just gonna put a little nick in it, and then I have a Bowden tube cutter, and if I can find that, I will use it. To actually cut it very evenly. I see your chats, Renovic. Let me get this guy cut and I'll check it out. So I've got this little guy from Capricorn. Got it at like Earth 1 year. Pretty nice for getting pretty square cuts. So I do not have a chamfer tool out here, but I do have this guy. I'm gonna use the hobby knife to get a little bit of a chamfer to make sure that filament goes in there, doesn't get jammed on the end. I think Steve has an actual like chamfer bit that he uses for that, but he's got a tool for everything, you know. Completely unrelated, but did you see that one Voron project on the Voron Discord? I haven't seen it, no. Voron? Sounds interesting. All right, we're going to put this in there. Make sure the fan saver does not mess up any fan leads. The Voron label faces out. Feed our PTFE tube into this little hole. This is a little tight. I'm not sure if this part is a little over extruded or not, but it's a little hard to press up in there. We need M3x35 button heads. Are either of these N3 by 35 button heads? N3 by 35 socket heads. But we do have button heads as well. Did they say anything about it in the guide? What page are we on? 183. Nope. I'm gonna have to check that out after the stream. Kind of makes me want to try something similar. I believe the old heater core wires are too short for the Voron tool headboard. Are you talking about this? These guys being too short? That's the tool head mostly done. Yeah, we're gonna mount it. Did not expect that today. They get the printer back up here. I hope it's not too short. But we're gonna have to cut down these guys in order to get this on here. But maybe not all the way yet. Yeah, I had to buy the LDO version, which you have on the blue heatsink. Okay. Oh, this guy was too short on the original LDO or Voron Revo. So that's good if LDO is like actually thinking that through when you upgrade it to Picobilical. Gotcha. All right, we're gonna cut these. Not all the way short yet. Can the Revo be mounted without completely shortening them up? If the belts touch the heatsink, is that all that bad of a thing, you guys think? My bed's not tightened down enough. I'm gonna have to compress that bed a whole lot in order to get it to fit. Hey Chris, still going? Yes. Just for you. I know you said you usually like to wake up for the gym and see the stream going, so I thought, let's keep streaming for Chris. We were actually just talking about your super cheap build too. Super cheap poor man's Core XY. So yeah, without having to completely shorten the belt leads, we can get this guy attached. Hopefully I'm not squishing any wires. But not today, it's already almost 8 a.m. You just woke up, gotcha. But yeah, I was kind of planning, I finished off the belts in the Kirigami bed and was like, should I start on the tool head? It's gonna take too long, and then I kind of just did. Okay, so this says to use one length of screw on here, but since we have the Fabrico or Honey Badger, we actually need to use a different length screw to get this guy attached. It's much shorter. Can I show that to you guys? So this distance from the back of the motor plate to the front of this guy isn't nearly as long as on the actual printed piece. So it says use M3x16. I'm gonna try M3x10. You're only up because of insomnia? M3x10 works pretty well. I'm pretty sure it says it on the actual website, the Fabrico site, listing what size screw to use there, but somewhere we need to divulge 186. Okay. And go to the Picobilical wiring or something guide. Kirigami. Is this just wiring or is this assembly? Oh, they probably had a link to it, didn't they? The link will set up. Oh, they have one of these little guides. I love how good LDO's documentation is, but it is a little disjointed, kind of. You've got their main documentation site, now you've got this new site. If they could get everything on the same site, it would be really nice. Oh, almost stabbed myself there. But we've got this printed piece. Hopefully I printed out the right piece. We just broke off the integrated support. We also need a frame mount. Yeah, that's what I used. Gotcha. It's difficult to jump back and forth between manuals. You used the M3x10? Okay, good. Here's the frame piece. I did it in gray. I don't think you'll see it much, so. All right, now we're gonna start following LDO's instructions. We need our metal spacers. Where'd one go? Yeah, so they have this for the Kirigami and for the Picobilical, it seems. And then I think they have a different version for the V0.2 and the V0.1. The same guy who wrote who's writing the Kirigami manual, Kagi, I believe he also did some of this documentation for LDO. It's pretty good. It's just a tiny bit disjointed in terms of like having to pop back and forth. Now we need our printed part. This M3 by 8 screws. M3 by 8 screws. This printed part's kind of ugly. I can kind of see myself maybe reprinting this in the future. Oh, it's the bottom 2 screws, not the top 2 screws. Yeah, Chris, I don't think this manual was out when you built yours. This part did not turn out the best. I'm definitely gonna reprint it. Kind of pull a Steve and do half the build. And then kind of undo it. So now we need our Picobilical, jeez. Nope, that's not the Picobilical, this is the pie board. Brought the extruder motor behind it. Oh, gotcha. That would make sense. Oh, they have a little channel for it, that's nice. Did they show that? And I missed it? I don't think they showed that. Did they have theirs facing the bottom? I'm gonna be mad if theirs is facing the bottom. Does it matter if it faces the bottom or top? The motor? Leads. Is it like that? Doesn't matter, mine is down, looks nicer. Yeah, it does look nicer. I followed the instructions on the manual. I'm disappointed in myself now. I don't think they do, but it's a better, I mean, that channel seems like it's specifically for that. Yeah, the manual says up. You need weird spacers here, right? Weird printed spacers. I printed them, hopefully they are round and easy to find. I would have thought I would have put them with the rest of the print head stuff, but who knows? I do weird things. These are like the tiniest little pieces too. That's not it. I remember printing these, I just don't, oh, there they are. They're so tiny. Look at those little pieces. Chris, I ripped my hand doing CrossFit. Did a bar muscle up workout. So where do the spacers go? On the back side? Okay. And then we need M3 by 12. So it goes Picobilical, spacer, and then screw. The skinny part of the screw or spacer goes up. And there's a little notch there for the top of the PCB to screw into. Printed them, never used them. The little spacers. They kind of self-align. Oh, no, that's not actually getting screwed in. That started, yeah. Why are you not sitting correctly, Mr. Picobilical? This little notch is not sitting. There he is. That's getting started. I think that screw is starting. That's sitting right. Oh, Chris, you said you don't think you used the same mount? Well, if the documentation was slightly more clear, you probably would have used the right one. This thread isn't screwing, and I don't know why. This one started. Not. I could try a different screw. I'm not fully reading the instructions anymore. We are IKEA instruction following right now. And I just can't get the screw to start on this side. I don't know why. It's just free spinning. What is your problem? Screw down. Another screw down. The alignment is off really badly for some reason. That screw is just hitting this edge not in the right spot. Maybe the printed part is really kind of deformed. Started, and this one started. My printed part might just be badly printed. Chris, how far did you get in your second printer stream? I need to get caught up on it. I had a lot of, oh no! I had a lot of meetings and couldn't watch the second stream. Okay, yeah, order of operations, I guess. For some reason it didn't align when I did it the other way, but it is aligning this way. Only did one so far. Next one is Friday. Oh, I thought I saw it scheduled for today or Thursday. No, what day is today? Oh gosh, extruder wires. Frickin'. Frick. If I do switch to the Ridga, I'm totally gonna turn this motor wire upside down, or the motor upside down. I might do it like off stream, I just don't feel like doing it tonight. Just on the struggle bus right now. Toolhead mount is next once we reuse the V0 mounts, so the mini mini stealth burner fits. What about a dragon burner? Everybody's using dragon burners for everything now, I feel like. I guess the dragon burner can fit on the mini stealth burner mount, can it? All right, are we all right this time? Mostly right? Not very, like, no deflection really. That's kind of the whole extrusion tilting back and forth, if you know what I mean. Can we just wire this guy up now? Switch to this view and you guys can see how ugly this part is. It's a printed part. Oh, I guess. I routed this to the wrong side. This has to go over here. Fit over there. Those two. Extruder motor. Part cooling fan. Hot end fan. Is that wiring right? The part cooling fan is up in the top right. Turn this part. The hot end fan is blue. It's all the way over here. End stop is in the, no. Hot end fan is here. You guys can't see a thing. And thermistor, which is all the way over to here. Then we need a tiny screwdriver. Which I think they include one. Love the convenience of the built-in ADXL for tool headboard, yeah. But Chris, I guess how often do you run the input shaping? It is a mobile printer, so you might be prone to move it around more, and if you move it, then you should probably rerun input shaping, because like even your, I went around the wrong side. What do you guys do with all the excess cabling? I'm kind of prone to remove this heat sleeve. It's a little inconvenient. So there's a bit of excess wire. Pass the pull test. I move it and I don't run input shaping because of the inconvenience. I just ran it for the first time. The 3 not really my thing. Oh, on the 3rd. So there are some, really just one wire coming up on this side. Should I have structured that better? I'm looking for zip ties. What did I do with them? There they are. So there's a little zip tie port on the mini stealth burner. Bundle up a bunch of these wires. That's fairly neat. That's neat. Can I take this excess extruder wire and kind of shove it up in there so it's out of the way? And then take some of this extra fan cable, kind of shove it up in here so it's out of the way. If I was Steve, I would probably shorten these to the perfect length, but are there any other zip tie things that we can use besides the spacers? So I have a portable input shaper from Fisec, I think, that I've been using. And then I also have a Raspberry Pi Nano that I kind of just built, but I don't know, this is kind of like PC cable management that I'm doing, where you just kind of stuff excess cables in an area where they sort of fit. Gotta go take care of everybody. Thanks Bees Knees for hopping into the stream. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for helping me out when I was doing dumb stuff. I hope your 4 V0s continue to print brilliantly as you mod them. You zip tied them to the standoffs? Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up doing that. I know I'm gonna take this apart again, so I was almost a little reluctant to just put any zip ties on anyway. And I don't know if you guys can see that. But this is running into this back extrusion. The heater core leads, so this part of the heater core is running into this extrusion. So I'm gonna have to find out like what the best angle to put that is. Hey Renovic, you gotta go too, that's cool. Thanks for hopping in. Chris, did you do anything special with your hot end cabling to make it so it wouldn't run into stuff? Mine runs into the extrusion right here. You guys can't see that. So I didn't have it facing straight back. I had it coming out at an angle. Just really tightly wrapped the cables. Yeah, I had it to the side, all the way to the side, but then when I moved it back here and moved it across, it ended up rubbing against it and, oh. I guess I see what you mean. By pulling the cables pretty tight. There we go. Okay, now just my zip ties getting in the way. Side cutters go. Zip, zip, zoop. Mine still touches the extrusion. You had a problem with your X-homing because of it. Good to know. I did basically what you said and just pulled some extra of the slack up, and that kind of helped direct it up into the right area. So we're all wired up there. Where are we at now? Got all that done. Is there no strain relief on this guy? We're done with the tool head. So we can start to look at what this will look like with one of the custom panels in. I lay that down. Let's put it all the way down. Good, our screws don't interfere with the bottom panel at all. But you can take a peek at what this guy would start to look like. What do you think about that? So this is the PEO sheet, which had a carbon fiber finish to it. So it's a little bit more glossy. But when light hits it at a certain angle, it looks pretty cool. So this is Mandic Reely's design of the backplate replacement, which you have to put in when you start doing your electronics. So I did two versions of it. That one is glossy, and this one is matte, or more of a textured finish. So you can see at certain angles just where, like, I don't know, certain direction changes happen, or maybe temperature changes. So if the light hits it at a certain angle, it doesn't look all that great. The same on the carbon fiber, almost in the exact same area. Gonna get some water, be right back. Oh. Excuse me, sorry about that. Which one do you think you like the best? You got to pick by, I think, pretty much the next step when we start the electronics in the next stream. I'm leaning towards this one just because the carbon fiber looks kind of cool, but carbon, yeah. I think both have some imperfections to them, but the effect of I think this was like a PET or PEO sheet, I'm not sure. But I'm leaning towards it too. The problem is we didn't preload 4 nuts because I forgot about this. So we need 2 nuts on the top and 2 nuts on the bottom, so we'll have to use the slide-in nuts. Doesn't need to be perfect, yeah. I think that looks pretty sick. I might do some like vinyl stuff for the bottom panel too, just so it has a little bit of green down there. Or maybe I'll do it in the gray. At first I was gonna do all green as the base and then black or gray as the other color, but I figured the black shininess would look better than the green would. Excuse me, sorry, I don't know why I'm just all of a sudden having a big coughing fit, but I think that might be a good marker for it being time to call it for this stream. So, pretty happy with how far we got today, all things considered. Went a little bit longer than I intended to, but that tends to be the case once you kind of get going. And you're not running into too many problems. It kind of gets a little fun to keep kind of hammering on. So, we got the belts run. They are not perfectly tensioned yet. I need to spend a little bit of time getting them. It was the kind of the case where every single time I would get them to the right tension, I tighten them down and they go up a little bit. So I kept kind of creep it down and was just never able to get them quite perfect. I think this one was like 108 and this one was 112. We want them to both be at 110 ideally. But we got the belts on, we got the belt all up, and it's, you know, pretty nice. The LDO Kirigami Kit is by far a lot better than the FormBot kit, I think. So that went pretty well. And then we decided to kind of move on to the tool head and kind of got it mostly done. That definitely went a whole lot faster than the first build. I have rebuilt my FormBot tool head like 3 or 4 times now, so that kind of helps explain why that went fairly smoothly. I do want to do some tests with the Ridga. I've got the OEM Ridga here. It's basically it's already got the gear pressed onto the shaft, so it's perfectly concentric, so you don't have to worry about any run out that might cause any type of extrusion inconsistency. So it might be interesting to do an initial test with the original Bondtech internals, BMG internals, and then switch to the Ridga and see if we notice any difference. KB3D had these on sale during like Black Friday, and I just went ahead and bought like 2, thinking I'd put one on this one and then maybe put one on the FormBot. So yeah, I figured we'd try it out and just see, you know, kind of what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and put this guy in here, just because I think it looks pretty cool. But yeah, I need to get 2 nuts or 4 nuts put in here in the right spots so we can use them. The Ridga is also on my wish list. I do have some minimal layer inconsistencies on my V0. I'm curious if it fixes it. I'll try to let you know. I'll do some tests and post some pictures and stuff like that. I'll probably just DM you on Discord. But yeah, next stream we'll get into the electronics. I imagine it should be pretty straightforward in terms of getting everything wired. Everything in the LDO kit is labeled so well, and then they also have a pretty detailed wiring diagram, which, as far as I know, is pretty nice. You do have to do things like cut up the channel that they give you to do the cable management with, but everything is like half pre-wired, so everything's crimped and pre-cut. So I imagine it'd go pretty fast, especially since I know what I'm doing. Some of the Picobilical stuff might be a little bit different for me, but again, it's going to be pretty much pre-wired. So yeah, thank you to everybody who hopped in. I want to say thanks to MatterHackers again for providing the kit. You can go check out their links to their LDO kits. I've got links to some of their filament and other hot ends. I bought, you know, my Voron 0, or my Revo Voron I bought from LDO, and it was on sale, and then I bought a whole bunch of Fadis hot ends and some other stuff. Been buying a lot of filament for them, so please check them out. Support them if you can. They've got free shipping in the United States, and you know, they're supporting makers like me, so it would be cool if we were all able to offer them some support as well. If you guys have any questions about the build, let me know in the comments, and you can always ping me on any of the social medias or hit me up on the Discord if we're a member of the same Discord. But thank you for everybody for tuning in. Chris, I will see you in your next stream. Have a good night. Peace.